चाचा कोई बहन नहीं थी, पापा को मेरे पापा की भी कोई बहन नहीं थी, मतलब थी तो वो आ नहीं पाते थे, कुछ की डेथ हो गई तो मैं तो मम्मी भी बांधती, पापा भी तो बांधते और मेरी मम्मी मेरे।
हेलो, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हेलो, जी सर बताइए। आप चेक कर रहे हैं एक बार लाइव आ रहा है। हेलो,
compared it with 22 and 23. There is no abnormal.
भैया मैंने तो संडे के लिए बुक करा था ना।
Even in this, which I'll be able to show. And Manoj, kindly
ये आने वाला
236.
संडे जो
Page 236 the last.
मैं घर पे नहीं हूँ ना इसलिए। तो आप शाम तक कितने बजे तक आते?
236.
This is Chintu's.
Yes. Chintu Baldev Kumar
ठीक है।
the last
Friday.
para. Dinank 5
Yeah.
5.
Is there an earlier statement of Chintu also?
Chintu, no. There is only one statement.
We
are having our statement. We have our statement recorded after
229.
229.
This is also a statement of Chintu.
The same statement.
Is it in continuation? This.
But it's the same statement. I don't know why they have repeated. But
ends at 32.
Yes, my lord. And if your lordship sees, my lord, page 231.
Read the second paragraph.
231, my lord?
Yes.
Yes. My lord, the same is 31, my lord, as your lordship have seen. दिनांक 5/5/24 को 9 बजे प्रातः तक करीब 24-25 नीट यूजी 2000 परीक्षा देने वाले अभ्यर्थी वहां पर जमा हो गए थे। मैं पीने वाला पानी का बोतल भी वहां गाड़ी से पहुंचाया था। दिन के करीब 10 बजे रॉकी ने मेरे पास मौजूद नए मोबाइल पर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र भेजा। मामा संजीव एवं रॉकी के गिरोह के एक लड़के ने मुझे वाई प्रिंटर दिया था, जिसे नीतीश कुमार द्वारा लर्न प्ले स्कूल छपरा के रूम में सेट किया, वाईफाई प्रिंटर से कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व कर दिया। As and when they started solving the papers, they started पत्र एक साथ। As and when they started solving the paper, they started एक साथ। As and when they started solving the paper.
Data which you have now. What do you have to say on the basis of the data?
Yes, all India data or whatever way, they are two similar statements.
Anurag Yadav is the only student. All the other people are members of the gang. Anurag Yadav
have solved all the questions and gave them to the school. Assume that we may not entirely accept that. We have to hear the other side. Even so, is the league system only confined to Hazaribagh and Patna? That you'll have to establish something on the basis of data.
Yes, Lord.
Show us now what the data tells you.
Lord, before I come to data,
Up to now, we are only focused on Hazaribagh and Patna, right? Whether the leak takes place in the morning of the 5th, as CBI is telling us, whether it took place in the morning on the night of the 4th, and therefore the leak took place before lodging in the vault. How widespread is it? We don't have any other material apart from this that you have shown us to indicate that the leak was so widespread that it had gone all over the country. Now show us the data which will...
just 4 or 5 minutes before I come to the data. Lord, because between the last date and today, we have got a lot of information that how actually this exam is being conducted by this NTA. Very briefly, because...
Assuming 1 second. assuming that the examinations should be conducted in a much better way.
I'm not on that, Lord.
That we will see what they are doing for the
I will
future.
show why a particular data is as such. Just give me 2-3 minutes, Lord, before that. Lord, NDA, Lord, on the first date, this Honorable Court put it to them. Give us the complete chart that the printing happened, how much time printing, how much time it reached the center, then where deposited, what time it was taken out, taken to the center, how much time is the examination.
As we find out now, printing takes place. The CBI third report tells us where printing takes place.
At two places, different states, and they are never declared or tendered.
We don't want to mention that because obviously that will.
We don't also tender because otherwise the highest tenderer becomes open. That he is the printer. Whoever is the highest tenderer becomes the printer.
From CBI's third report, we find out the name of one place where the printing press was situated, where it says 28 April, it had left that printing.
If your lordships, I'll take your lordship through the journey of the papers from the printing press till the school, and what are the checks and balances on real-time basis. That there is some tempering, it would be noticed. That I'll be able to show.
Very briefly capture that. 24th of April, they say that the dispatch happens to different centers. So far as Hazaribagh is concerned, 28th of April. Everywhere, the question paper was to reach the respective banks on 3rd of May. And 5th of May is the examination. So the question paper remained in private hands for fairly long time. From 24th of April till 3rd of May. I leave it there, Lord. They say that everywhere the center in charge will go to the bank in the morning. But I'm showing the mechanism and how brittle and fragile the mechanism is, that the entire mechanism they have followed.
Wait, just give us the facts.
Yes. Now, in the morning, they say 8:15, the center in charge of the examination will reach the bank to collect. What has actually happened, which is the documents on record, taking example of Hardyal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar. Hardyal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar. The principal of the center goes to both the banks, collect papers from both the banks, distribute the paper taken from Canara Bank. Paper taken from Canara Bank is allowed to be attempted for all 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then they say that we over and above, because on 4th of April, they did not declare any other key except the key for SBI bank question paper. When it appeared that from this Hardyal School, Jhajjar, there are 6 candidates who get number 1, 100% marks, 720 out of 720. 2 candidates get 719 and 718. So it came out that how come from this center 8 people comes within first 69 and this number is not possible. NTA came out with a theory that no, we have given a grace marks because there is a delay. I have seen the video of the principal of this Hardyal school, which says, and it is openable even now, which says that there was no delay in this center. In fact, we distributed Canara Bank paper when it was already half an hour.
The correct set was to be the SBI paper.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Everywhere.
And they declared entire country. Entire country,
Entire country.
अभी इसको stop करके दोबारा कर दूं फिर.
Yes, your lordship, sir.
Of course, different
मैं आपको
configurations.
video call करूं एक बार.
Because the questions will be jumbled
क्या
up.
कर रही हो?
Even in the one classroom,
Next to each other can't know which is the order of
which
the
is the
question.
order. One of the thing which is going on in the social media is that 2 numbers sitting with each other, both got 600 marks. How is it possible? But both would have, the system is that both sitting in front and back and both sitting, they have different numbers.
Not the same order of questions.
They don't have. My question number 1 would be his question number 18.
Do that in the judicial.
So we can't even do that. Orthodox way of cheating also is not possible.
Place the hard fact, how they have done it. So Hardyal school, admittedly, they distributed Canara Bank. The Canara Bank question paper was attempted by all the about 500 people in the
For
center.
how long?
ऐसे ये है.
For till 5:20 is the last time. There's no delay.
तो ये browser में
on record of
It's
the
already
school and they say,
So it's not that in the middle of the exam they
no,
substitute the SBI.
look, that happened Savai Madhopur. I'll come to that. Hardyal school, Bank paper was given. In the first instance, when Canara Bank paper was not to be the paper attempted, how come it was even given to them? What is the SOP? How meticulously they followed it, what they say is. And the principal got question paper from both the banks, and both banks gave it.
Yes,
Since little bit of query on the procedural, one set is lodged with Can Bank, one is with SBI. Now, the center in charge on the morning of the exam goes to both the banks and takes the
No.
question. Then what
The
happens?
city in charge is informed that this is the bank
where was the occasion to give totally how many students at these 8 centers?
8 centers, total number of students is 3,307.
Now, initially NTA takes a decision to award grace marks to those students?
No, it's only after it came to be realized that some places the loss of time was there. Only then the decision was taken.
Loss of time means what?
After realizing, when the complaints are there, students approach the honorable courts also saying that because of wrong distribution of paper, we could not avail the exact number of exact time which is available to the others.
Why? Because students had appeared for the full 3 hours, 20 minutes. It is not. It is not as if that the correct paper was circulated midway through the exam. Suppose sometimes what happens is that the incorrect paper is given. Instead of algebra, you give the English paper. By the time the algebra paper comes, half an hour has gone by. Students were never given the SBI paper at these 8 centers. They were given only the Canbank paper.
At Jhajjar, this happened. At some places, this was withdrawn and correct paper was also given. There are centers where this happened,
Now,
like in Chhattisgarh.
Now, how many centers was
Just
the
verify, my lord,
at how many centers was the incorrect
But
question
let
paper
me clarify
withdrawn?
it because NTA
I am appearing for NT also. I am appearing for both.
Kaushik, at how many centers? At how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
Withdrawn
The
and
correct
correct
Exactly,
paper.
my lord, that's all. In some question, in some centers, even after realizing that instead of Canara, SBI is given, or
they continue to write.
they continue to write, and 3 hours, 20 minutes time allotted was given. So we are not concerned with that. In some cases,
They withdrew that.
they withdrew it halfway and said that now we are giving you another, because
How many centers did that happen?
that figure is, my lord, 1, 3.
I'll come to Savai Madhopur, my lord. That's
This is in
a
isolation.
Consideration, my lord, still the 13th of the June, my lord, they come up with how these data of survival then stand to escalate to 1563 as per the law.
Lord, I'll come to all that, Lord, if they can respond
63
to.
students were such that we, as per our examination, that they were, the papers were taken back halfway and they were asked to complete the new paper within that 320 minutes.
Lord, where they
Since
attempted
that could
only
not
Canara
happen.
Bank. Lord, halfway, this is a different story. Lord, halfway is a different story. First is the Canara Bank.
At 8 centers, we found that wrong booklet was distributed. Now, at all these 8 centers, the students complete the examination only in the Canara Bank booklet.
Yes, how many?
Canara Bank only makes.
8 centers.
This is,
8 centers, right?
this we will further bifurcate.
Now, tell us, how many centers apart from these 8 was the wrong booklet withdrawn and the correct
Yes,
booklet given to the
we
students?
will give the correct number of that also.
Yeah, just ask.
We'll bifurcate. Yes, please.
Just you can sit down and ask, no problem.
But if in the meantime, I can.
Just 1 second, let them. We'll also have a little break for 10 seconds.
कुछ निकल रहा है.
But in Jhajjar, when I received the instructions. Jhajjar has 3 centers.
Yes.
In one, the entire Canara paper was attempted and nobody disturbed the students thereafter. In remaining two, realizing the mistake, the paper was taken back halfway and new paper was given. And therefore they claimed, they said that we did not get sufficient time, which was true.
Right. Now, why were the grace marks added then?
Initially, my lord, it was decided, which according to me, my lord, was not a very correct decision, that there is some judgment of your lordships in case of a
That's that.
null clat, my lord, that if there is a time problem, if time is less, a time available to the student is less, then this is the methodology by which you give the grace marks. That grace marks were given. Thereafter, my lord, that decision was,
recalled in a retest was it?
yes, that was those who did not get the time will get a new paper and new 3 hour 20 minutes.
Now, that retest was held for 1563 students.
Yes.
Now, these 1563 students were drawn from which centers?
My lord, wherever there was a time gap.
Page 19 of
Retest is held, that really now, that really doesn't survive.
There are 2-3 things into it. One, why grace marks to the students who attempted Canara Bank paper? Why grace marks? On 4th of June, they were granted, on 4th of June, they declared only one key. That is the SBI Bank question paper key. There was no Canara Bank paper key. So
1 second.
how they evaluated those people without declaring a key?
Now this grace mark was given initially to whom?
Grace mark was given to the center numbers, which we have given the time number also, which is 1.
Was the grace mark given to only those who had to give, who got the SBI paper in the midstream, or what happened?
The grace marks were given only to those persons from whom the paper was initially given, which was withdrawn, and subsequently given the correct paper.
Right.
What happened?
That is all. In some,
Now, what happened to those students who appeared in the wrong paper, the Can Bank paper?
their marks were given on the basis of the answer key of their sequence paper.
And they were not made to have the retest.
No, no.
Because the level of difficulty is up.
Say.
Now, so therefore, the grace marks were given only to those whose papers were withdrawn and given the
Yes,
correct, because they couldn't complete the
which
paper.
we counted as 1563.
Which you counted as 153.
Based upon reports of city coordinators and CCTV footage.
There were 8 centers across the country where the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes, and
Now those 8 centers includes the 3 Jajjar?
one of them at Jajjar.
Two of them.
No, wrong distribution is.
Two of them.
Third was 100%
Canara
Two at Jajjar.
2 at Jajjar.
Yes,
where the wrong booklet was distributed and then recalled.
Recalled and grace mark was given to those candidates.
Now, in in the 8 centers across India the same position that the center, the papers were withdrawn?
Even time was not sufficient and therefore grace marks.
But the
Out
number
of
is
4,750 centers, this occurred, my lord, in 8 centers.
Oh, I see.
4,750 are the total number of centers throughout the country.
So 8, it happened that the wrong booklet was
It's a
given.
wrong booklet, my lord. Whenever, for example, Judger, out of 3, 1, they completed. They were not,
They have not been given a detail, they are being
Yes.
graded. So 1.
they are evaluated based on their answers, my lord.
It's actually incorrect. Let me clarify it. And then the senior colleague gave 3,300 are the total student where the wrong booklet was given, withdrawn midway.
No, 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 no.
And
Allowed to continue 3,000.
Yes.
It's they are
3,307.
3,000 were allowed to continue. 3,300
They were
wrong paper. They attempted the wrong question paper.
Okay.
150. Yes.
Now, Lord, the next question comes is, on 4th of June, when they declared the result, on their website, they declared only one key. One key means only
SBI.
SPI. They didn't declare any other key. How they evaluated Canara Bank questions which was attempted, and where is this separate result they declared for this 3,000 people who attempted Canara Bank paper?
Must have had a key for Canara Bank also.
There is no key declared by them, my lord, till today. Let them show it today now.
Today.
No, not, my lord. 1, 2.
All right. Now I'll tell you what. This is all okay. Now show us the data. Let's go into the hard.
Let me complete, my lord. Now, in this Hardyal school, where originally there were 8 people who came,
At the end of it, assuming that some
Lord,
problem happened.
data
that
is
there
a
is something
circumstantial
happened.
evidence.
They are looking at the entire country now. Show us the data. I mean, that's the heart of the matter.
Lord, I will just allow me 2 minutes, Lord, because this.
You said 2 minutes, 11:25. We are not.
In the meantime, they start, Lord. Let me just quickly complete it. I was dealing with Hardyal school, Lord. Allow me to just to complete 2-3 centers, and then I'll straight away come to the data. Hardyal school, 500 students, they attempted Canara Bank paper. Just notice in, Lord, and let them respond at the end.
All right, we'll just Hardyal school.
500.
Judger, no?
That's right, Bahadurgarh Jhajjar.
Yes.
Canara Bank paper, no Canara Bank paper key available till date. After re-examination, this all the students were taken in the re-examination. Though there was no delay, admittedly, in distributing question paper.
So all the students at this Hardyal school have been required to do a re-examination.
And in the re-examination, about 50% of them appeared, 50% of them did not appear.
That's also very spooky. Why do 50% not appear?
That's right. Only 813 out of 1,563 in total appeared in the re-examination. That's also data.
The person who didn't appear got their original marks, opted to retain their original marks. That is the.
Now these 1563 are drawn from how many centers?
Lord, this they have not disclosed. They never disclose it, how many centers. They will answer it.
8 centers.
8
Throughout. And as my learned friend rightly pointed out, they were given an option to retain the earlier marks.
And
They
all
didn't
is,
take a
Lord,
chance. That
and
was-
all is being done behind the curtain. Nothing was declared. Every day they have been giving press release, but with regard to this, there is not a single press release.
things which, if you can ask, if you can just make a note of these 4 points, Mr. Solicitor and Mr. Kaushik.
Yes.
One, how many centers, at how many centers were the Canara Bank papers distributed?
Yes.
At how many centers totally were Canara Bank question booklets distributed? 2. Out of those centers, at how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced?
Yes, please.
At how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced, namely of the State Bank of India?
Yes.
Third, how many centers totally where the questions which were evaluated were the Canara Bank paper, the Canara Bank booklets?
Yes.
Whether there were any centers which were evaluated on the basis of the Canara Bank booklet?
Yes.
All right.
How paper was evaluated?
The paper was evaluated. And fourth, once the Canara Bank papers were evaluated, how did the candidates fare there?
There is the key which they have never declared till date. Canara Bank.
Why have you not declared the key of the Canara Bank papers?
Yes, please.
Fifth,
Yes.
and finally, I want to know this, that before I formulate a question, suppose you and I go to Canara Bank or to State Bank of India and say, give me the question paper. You will not be given the question paper, right?
Correct.
How does Can Bank know that I'm the right person who is authorized to? So there has to be a letter of authorization.
Correct.
It's identity.
Right?
Yes.
Now, who issues the letter of authorization?
Yes, please.
Letter of authorization is issued by the district in charge.
NT.
Director General NT.
Director General of NTA.
NTA to the city superintendent as well as centers coordinators.
Now, what does a person take to the bank? Suppose I am the center in charge.
Yes.
Will I have an authorization both for SBI and for Can Bank, or I'll have only one authorization? Just ask that.
Yes, please.
City coordinator is authorized. I'm sorry. Only city coordinator is authorized, not centers. He
So the
distributes
city
to.
coordinator is authorized to go to one of the two banks.
Yes.
Now, therefore, that authorization is given to the city coordinator when? When is that given to him?
In advance.
But is the authorization given for both the banks or only one bank?
I think should be for both
ask
banks
this
logically. For both the banks. Any from which bank? It is given, authorization is given 3 days prior to the exam
For both the banks.
for both the banks. Then
The
he is
city
informed-
coordinator.
He is informed in the morning that you go to one of these banks and collect.
5 o'clock.
Now, if the city coordinator, suppose city coordinator was told in the morning of the 5th that you have to go to SBI, right? Now that city coordinator would have all the centers in that city will be under his control, right? Now, did the city coordinator in this case at Jhajjar go to the Can Bank and get Can Bank papers which were then distributed to all the centers in his jurisdiction, or some centers got SBI and some centers got
That will have to be.
He collected both.
Actually, will correct.
He collected both.
he collected both.
He collected both.
How did the city coordinator collect both? I mean, city coordinator at Jhajjar, he should have gone only to SBI,
Only one bank.
right?
Yes.
Now, he went to Can Bank and he went to SBI both. Now, all the centers under him, did he distribute the Can Bank question paper?
Let's one center Can Bank paper was distributed, which was allowed to be continued. 2 centers, the question paper was distributed Can Bank, but it was withdrawn and SBI was given, that resulting in loss of time.
All Can banks distributed. 2 of them realized the mistake
And
withdrew
Who
can
will realize the mistake?
yes,
out of the center coordinator.
No, but the center coordinator will.
Would not normally, no, we'll take
center
the
superintendents are different. City coordinator is for all the three centers.
Right. So at Jhajjar, there were 3 centers.
Yes, please.
Right? So he distributed the Kanban paper to all 3?
All 3 initially. And let's in from 2, it was withdrawn and correct question paper was
But
distributed.
then why did he not withdraw it from 1?
That we'll have to let's ask.
If he realized that he has made a mistake, he would have gone to all the 3 centers and said, look, I better give you the correct center. Why did
Time lapse may be the only reason. It was realized at the other center. By that time, maybe the time gap had gone beyond the reasonable time.
take instructions on that?
That's an assumption.
Yes, yes. We will take specific instructions. We'll prepare a note on all these 6 questions minutes and
You're right. Authorization will be given in advance. You can't give authorization in the morning. Then he's informed how? He's informed on his phone.
on what minutes app, which is created for the purpose of
And
coordination.
who informs him?
There is an
The
NTA app.
Director General NTA will inform everyone across the country.
Yes, through the specific app created for this purpose of
That will be informed at 8 o'clock or so in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock.
There is an
And he
application.
was informed, go to the SBI.
Yes, please.
He went to both.
Yes.
But is Canbank not informed that, look, your paper now don't distribute? Director General NTA would be informing the Canbank that, look, your paper is not to be distributed. And he would inform SBI that only your paper is to be distributed, right?
Message goes to both the custodian as well as the city coordinator.
Then how did
Where the
Canbank
lapse has
distribute?
taken-
Then how did Canbank
Yes.
distribute it?
Where the lapse has taken place, we'll find out minutes and
There appears to be a lapse.
Right.
yes, the lapse is there.
Lord, there is another blunder. Hardyal school, in the first instance, despite the Canara Bank paper was given, allowed to be attempted, they gave grace marks to the students who appeared in the Hardyal school. And because of grace marks, 2 of the 8 students who came in the first
So,
topper.
Hardyal school, where the Canbank paper was distributed,
Yes,
students are given grace
they gave grace marks.
Why?
And the evidence of grace marks is, out of the 2 students in the first 8 from the Hardyal school, they got 718 and 719 marks. When we questioned that how come anybody get this marks, they say it is because of grace marks. Otherwise, it's not possible.
So grace marks were given in Hardyal school.
Even for Hardyal school, because on 4th of June, there was only 1 key.
So grace marks were given totally for 1563 students, right?
That's right. For all students, Lord, I believe.
No, not schools.
Thereafter, all these students were put in a re-examination. How, if Canara Bank paper was given and it was to be evaluated, where is the question of first giving them grace marks and then withdrawing the grace marks and putting them to again a retest?
It was a mistake which was corrected and retest. Now
Lord,
that's all.
how they give a
Let's
grace
argue
to
for
Canara
retest
Bank
of the entire country
students?
based
Let
on
them answer that.
two
Why
instances.
did you give grace marks to the Canara Bank students?
No, it was not given to the
Whenever they were,
One second.
whenever Canara
Who
paper
got
was,
the grace mark? Which body of students got the grace marks?
wherever Canara Bank's paper, the wrong paper, I'll use it, wrong paper, was initially given, taken back, and a new paper was given,
Grace marks.
resulting into the time not being available, grace marks were given.
So, do we understand you right? That grace marks were not given to those students who had appeared for the Canara Bank booklet, but who had completed the entire booklet.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
They were not given.
No, not.
So grace marks were given to only those students to whom a wrong booklet was given and it was withdrawn. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that clarity?
Yes.
Lord, I will falsify the stand just now. Their response to my note at page 19, they have reproduced a table where grace marks have been given. In that table, the center 230701 Haryana Jhajjar Hardyal School, they say that grace marks have been given. Please check. This is what they have filed before this honorable court.
And 287.
Well, And 287.
Hardyal school is a situation where the students attempted only the Canbank paper.
Correct. And they
But did any student at Hardyal school get grace marks?
they got a grace marks. Lord. So this is how they have conducted.
One second. Mr. Kaushik,
Yes, please.
Did students at Hardayal school also get grace marks?
This is what this.
I'll take specific clarification.
Just find out.
It's a systemic failure.
Rework कैसे किया उसको?
Even only for Hardayal school, not the other two schools. Let them.
For the reason, I'll clarify.
Only in Hardayal school grace marks.
Grace marks were given where?
Grace marks were given only to Hardayal school.
Yes.
Just it's not, they are trying to misrepresent facts without knowing the clear picture.
That's why we are absolutely with an open mind. We want you to disclose. I mean,
Yes. Which I am instructed to say suffered loss of time despite the fact that they attempted Canara Bank question paper.
Why don't you do this in the afternoon? Just give us on a piece of paper the correct position and
Yes.
give them a copy so we understand
Correct.
where we stand.
I'll
So we are
prepare
not
a
just
note.
taking down
Let-
something they are saying, something they are
Let
saying. We
let
don't
them,
want to- we
let
don't
them
want-
correctly
So-
understand it.
Just one second. Let him say, let him say,
Yes,
clarify.
a neat
But you
note.
put it down on one sheet of paper by the
Yes,
afternoon,
yes.
so we'll then take it as a statement.
Correct.
Because then I don't want later on,
No.
applications that you record
Yes,
it wrongly.
There may be in the haste, there may be some confusion because they are jumping on.
So Hardayal school grace marks were given.
Yes, the other
Grace marks were given only in Hardayal school? or-
only in Hardayal minutes. Because I am told the reason is that in the other schools, grace period, that is time of loss, was compensated by the center itself. Extra time was given to them, as a result whereof they did not suffer any loss of time.
No, but tell us something. In
Individual
Hardayal
situations-
school, the paper was replaced with the correct paper later on?
I am told that both the papers happened to be given. After the confusion, the SBI paper was withdrawn and Canara Bank paper was allowed to be continued.
That's a fact.
In Hardayal school?
Yes, that
So
is what
that means in Hardayal school, all students wrote the Can Bank paper.
all
Right.
can
Be firm, put
Yes.
it on a piece of paper
Yes,
so that
we
there is a
On
response.
a piece of paper.
Not just to,
Yes.
just to,
And all students wrote the Can Bank paper at Hardayal school. Why were they given grace marks?
what we will do is we will prepare the city wise where this happened and center wise. Why the different
And give
treatment?
it to us in the
Yeah.
afternoon. We
We
want to
will.
understand.
Yes, we
only one thing, my lord, just to put
will.
Were papers replaced and under whose orders were the papers continued?
Yes.
Was NTA monitoring this from Delhi or what happened?
It is monitored from Delhi Millets and Millets communication It
So
not
did Delhi get to know in the morning that, look, the wrong paper has been disputed at these
what
centers?
time it came to the knowledge and how, what time the communication,
Tell us.
because it's large number of centers.
Right. You tell us in the
8,
afternoon.
not large number.
Now, Mr. Huda, you have to wrap up. fast.
But in fact, I'm not allowed to proceed by the other side.
Lord, only one thing,
I was
just
on
to put
Hardayal
things
School.
in
There are
perspective.
20 questions on Hardayal School itself.
Lord,
They have
only-
made 4
only a
statements with
minute,
regard.
only a
Let
minute.
me show. Lord,
Only
just
a minute. Lord, my learned friend is arguing that the entire country's examination is vitiated and
Correct.
therefore there should be a retest. Lord, giving examples of some mistakes
No,
here or
that's
there
a
out
systemic failure,
of
Lord.
4,570 may not, my Lord, serve his purpose of assisting them.
I'm saying there is a systemic failure, and I'm sequentially demonstrate that how the
You
system
don't come out
was so
from Jajjar
brittle
yet. You
and
come out
fragile,
Jajjar,
and
then
which
Haryana,
was
then go to
tweaked
India.
at the whims and fancies of these invigilators and city center operators who are private individuals, got nothing to do with the government. With regard to Jajjar, I'm just closing Jajjar. I want to say, in the first response, they said Hardayal School Canara paper was given. They attempted Canara paper. They evaluated Canara paper. No grace marks were given. This is their stand just now. They have changed it right now. With regard to the other 2 centers, they say there was a loss of time, and that is why grace marks were given. Just now they said it. Now they have again said it with regard to those 2 centers. No grace marks were given. Extra time was given then and there. Who took the decision? My lords have rightly asked the question. Now, with regard to Hardayal School, just 2 facts I want to bring to my lord's notice. A student who got 719 marks in Hardayal School with grace marks, they were given re-examination along with this 1563. The same student had earlier the rank was 68 with 719 marks out of 720. Now the rank is 58,413. With regard to the student who got 718 in the same Hardayal school, where the rank was 69, after re-examination, the rank is 38,497. Now they do not know whether Canara Bank was given or initially SBI was given. On 4th of June, they declare one result, that is SBI result. There is no separate key. They did not even disclose on 4th of June that there was loss of time. And that loss of time we have compensated with grace marks. This they had to come out with only when they were confronted with 719 marks and 718 marks, because this is not numerically possible with the number of marks and negative marking. Then they said, now, in the entire country, what they do is, this NTA has collected about 400 crore rupees from the students. Thereafter, I give example of Seeker now, which is data-wise very important. Seeker has 49 centers in all. Out of 49 center, only one center is this Kendriya Vidyalaya. Rest 48 centers are all private school, self-financed private schools. All their city coordinator, invigilators, superintendent are all private individuals whom NTA issue checks of 2,000 rupees a day or 2,500 or 1,500 rupees. Now, because this honorable court is kind enough to allow me to argue this case, because so many people have come to assist me. They've shown me photographs of the school, private school in a village where this exam is being conducted. It doesn't even have a boundary wall. Now, I have gone through their entire process. I will not call it as a SOP. Now, that indicates that at 5:20, the paper is collected by the invigilator. And the OMR sheet is taken. OMR sheet is taken. Now, what is the time when this OMR sheet is to be sealed? It's nowhere prescribed. It remains in the center. We have spoken even to the center vigilators. Either 2-3 hours, it keep lying in every center with the center superintendent. And then they have to deposit it somewhere where all the OMR sheets are collected. Like for Seeker, there is one place where OMR sheets are ultimately collected in one center. there is no procedure NTA prescribed that 5:20 this OMR sheet is collected, then 5:30 it should be sealed in the presence of the students. Because they have trained these invigilators across the country.
Then what time do they get deposited with the centralized deposit?
There is no time given, Mulad. Let them file a specific affidavit if they are ever in black and white.
How soon after the examination concludes at 5:50?
Blood, it is
the sealing process taking place?
Blood, they say that it is 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Ultimately, it gets deposited with the city center.
But before
what
that,
time
when
is
does
the
sealing takes place?
Blood, this I could not find in their entire SOP. I have placed it before the solver.
That's the point.
So, Blood, I would say I will show the data.
Now, Mr. Huda, please go to
Blood,
the data.
I'm coming to the data, Blood.
Please come to it.
Yes. Now, Blood, after analyzing the data, what we find, there are certain centers which are doing exceedingly well. It's not the students, that the centers are doing exceedingly well. Like Kota and Sikar, both have almost equal number of students appearing. This mismatch I'll show.
Yes.
The data I wanted to show after giving this background, that after 5:20, there is a lot of time and leeway.
Got your point. You did not
And because Kota and Sikar had equal number of students appearing, if we calculate first top centers in the country, getting students having more than 650 rank, marks, then 38 center out of 49 center are only from Sikar.
Student getting over 650 marks.
That's right.
38?
38 out of 50.
What is 50?
50 top centers in the entire country.
West more than 650 marks.
That's right. If 650 is taken as a cutoff and we evaluate that what are the top 50 center in the country.
Where even one student gets more than 650.
That's right. So all students put together getting more than 650 are from Sikar out of
38 out of 50
correct.
Are from
Sikar. Sikar alone. 38 centers. And 6 centers adjoining to Rajasthan, which falls in Haryana. That's a Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. Rewari, Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. And now, may kindly see this. There are 2 factors.
Yeah, what I've taken down is that Kota and Sikar centers had broadly equal number of students appearing. Students getting more than 650 marks.
Yes, let me straight away show those charts,
38 out of 50 are from Sikar alone, 6 in Mahendragarh, Rewari and Bhiwani.
Correct, Lord.
Now show us the chart.
Yes, Lord. Lord, may kindly permit me to refer to my second supplementary note.
Which you have just given today. No?
Yes, Lord, which was filed, Lord.
Page?
Lord, first annexure, page 13 is their SOP, which I said that there is no time given for sealing after OMR is collected. Then, Lord, the data of top 50 centers, Lord, that is page 101, annexure C. But before that, Lord, allow me to show one more chart at page 100 for a moment, Lord. This again, they have to answer it, Lord, if they can answer it post lunch. The difference in the data declared on 4th of June and 20th of July, page 100, Lord, may kindly see this table. Lord, just see Bihar.
Just one second.
Page 100, Lord. That's right. Mismatch in the result published on 4th of June 2014 and 20th of July 2024. 4th of June 24 and 20th of July 24.
Yes.
Just see Bihar at serial number 4. As per 4th of June, registered were 1,54,000, appeared 1,49,000 something, qualified 74,743. Now the data on 20th of July. Appeared student 1,36,000. The difference is 13,000.
Right.
And this difference is appearing almost everywhere. And we will respond to that after they respond to it.
4th of June and 20th July, the number of students comes down.
Correct.
Appeared students.
That's right. Rajasthan, may kindly see specifically Rajasthan also for this.
There is something plus also like Tamil Nadu. There.
Yes.
Rajasthan is plus 18,000.
Yes. Now, my lord, what happens? My lord, let me explain it. Let me, my lord, explain it for a moment. What happens is, in their system, if I am a resident of Rohtak, Haryana, if I fill up an address of Tamil Nadu, I want to go to Sikar. I can simply fill up my address, some address of Sikar, and they will treat me as a student of Sikar. And I will get a center somewhere in Sikar. People have gone from Godhra, Gujarat to Karnataka, Belgaum. One incident is a girl who got 705 marks on 4th of June. She got failed in 12th class and she's getting 31 out of 100 chemistry and so on and so forth. People have traveled from Odisha, Karnataka to Godhra. And Lord, with regard to this, one professor wrote an email which I have placed on record a month before, that this is a scam happening.
How many students had, would we know what their original place is?
Lord, what happens is they do not connect it with Aadhaar card or any proof of residence. They open their system. They say you fill up the address of your residence, whatever you feel like, and we will treat it to be your residence address, and we will allocate you center as per the address you give it here. Absolutely no system in place to verify that.
So, are you contending? Suppose I am a student, I am ordinarily residing in Delhi. When I fill up my form online, I can choose a center, say in Sikar, or I can fill out a center in somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Kerala.
But I am free to give whatever address I want.
Showing us by showing some residence over there.
Not even showing, filling it up. Just I need to type it.
At what point of time do they verify whether you are actually a resident of that?
At no stage, my lord, may kindly note it.
A student can choose a center in any part of the country.
Any part of the country.
And you don't have to submit any document?
Absolutely no proof, my lord. And there is an email, if I can straight away invite my lord kind attention to that email for a moment. Professor email.
It's not a change of center, but choice of center.
Choice of center. Page 190 of my lord, this my lord may kindly permit me to.
Writing an email that there is a scam.
No.
Mr. Solicitor, just tell us this later on when your turn comes. Argument is that a student can choose a center of their liking anywhere in the country by saying, I reside there.
Yes, sir.
Does the student at any point of time of the registration process have to produce any documentary material to indicate that they are residents of that place?
I'll answer that. But when I give the figures of seeker, he's taking on seeker, I'll be able to justify the success rate has gone down, but we'll be able to show that. Let me come to my place. I can't go by.
How does it work when a center is sought by a student? Student applies for a center or city when you submit an application for it?
City.
Now,
Center
when
is
a
not.
student applies for a city, does NTA require the student to upload any document?
Just inquire and malod.
Absolutely.
Or does that student just choose a city anywhere in the country?
Correct.
Let them verify.
Correct. Lord, I just want to point out an email, like Lord would remember, Kaka College had written them with regard to Godhra a month earlier. In their, they did not act on it. In their reply, they say now they have marked this college Kaka email to some competent authority to look into it. Now, with regard to this, allow me, my lord, to refer to this email at page 190.
Was the data. You passed that order day before yesterday.
My lord, yes, yes, my lord, I'm coming back. My lord, I'm already on the tables, my lord. My lord, I'm already on the tables. My lord, my lord, may kindly see. Yes, my lord, I was page 100. My lord, I'm showing this data. I was at page 100 to demonstrate.
Ultimately, up to now, you have dealt with Hazaribagh, you have dealt with Patna, you have dealt with,
This all will demonstrate.
No, my lord, give me some time.
Submission is-
My friend has taken a long, I have no quarrel. I have to attend some other matter. I'll be grateful. I will only take 10 minutes. That I am 10 minutes. My lord, my lord, if you go by seniority, I am 66, I am senior. But we have followed a different rule. I have no quarrel.
No.
I have no quarrel.
By every
Yes.
standard, Mr.
No, Mr. Tushar Mehta, you're only 59. Junior to me in bar and age. Yes. Please don't insult seniors. But my lord, I only take 10 minutes.
Second, any group matter, one person leads.
No, my lord, I only take 10 minutes, my lord.
We are also.
No, because I believe that he is.
Second, Mr. Eduparity, it would be wrong to say that he has taken time. We are also.
No, I'm not blaming anybody, my lord. I am only requesting 10 minutes to be given to me. Then, my lord, relieve me. That's all. 10 minutes to me. 10 minutes to me, my lord. If I can, before lunch, my lord, I have another matter to be. I'm taking adjournment after adjournment, Madras High Court. I want to appear online.
All right.
So 10 minutes.
I was page 100 the table just to demonstrate the mismatch, and this is for them to explain that how the number of candidates who appeared in a particular state has gone down from the result declared on 4th of June to the result declared on 20th of July. Then my lord, at page 101, annexure C is the list of top 50 centers, which indicates, my lord, that how these centers are concentrated in Sikar.
This is very important. Just one second.
Yes.
Let's go closely on this. Yes.
I have given the center code, number of students appeared, how many students above 700, then the percentage of 700 plus, above 650, percentage of above 650, above 600, percentage of above 600, and then above 550. I have gone only up to above 550. Now, this will show a concentration.
Where?
The concentration here is, my lord, primarily Sikar. My lord, may kindly see this. Rajkot, there is one station at Rajkot, my lord, where the total number of students is 1968. Center code, where 12 students above 700. 115 above 615. There is something special with Rajkot, this center code. That's fine. That will Seeker after Rajkot. 1,000 students, 8 are above 700.
9 are above.
And then, Milord, I'm on next item, Seeker Rajasthan. Out of 1,001 student appearing, 8 above 700, then 69 above 650, and 115 above 600. And then 241 above 550. And Lord, also kindly keep it in mind, city coordinators are the owners of these schools, and these are private schools. And the invigilators are the employees of these private schools. And the possibility cannot be ruled out that these teachers are not in league with the coaching centers, my lord, which are operating in Kota and Sikar.
Are what? Are the city coordinators? City coordinators are government employees or they private
They
employees?
are principals of the particular school, which
Private
is
schools, my lord.
Sorry,
principal of the school where the center is located.
Private schools.
city coordinators.
City coordinator means.
Yes, ma'am.
It will be a
City
coord.
It's completely privatized.
principal of CBSE school is the city coordinator.
No, there is in Sikar, there is no CBSE school. There is only one, this Kendriya Mahavidyalaya. 48 are the private schools, my lord. And CBSE affiliated, not CBSE run.
They are all CBSE schools.
CBSE affiliated school.
But they are CBSE affiliated schools, not CBSE run schools.
Top 50, you are saying that there is a concentration of seekers.
Correct, my lord. Kindly see this table, my lord. It shows all Sikar. 38 of them, my lord. Not a coincidence, my lord. And I'm sure, my lord, consistently, even the last year also, these, my lord, even last year also and last to last year also, this seeker must be doing well for the reason. Because all these private schools, my lord, they are together, CPSC affiliated or Rajasthan board affiliated. Now, one of them is a city coordinator. Rest are the invigilator. And my lord,
But tell us, Mr. Huda, assuming that that is so, I mean, can that be a ground to cancel the entirety of the exam all over the country? Or two, to cancel the exam for seeker as a
no,
whole?
Lord, what I say, I bow down.
There be sure a retest for seeker.
Lord, what I humbly submit
There's
is,
sufficient data in itself.
If
Lord,
all
what-
over the country,
Lord, what
there are
humbly-
6 people per 1,000 who get above 600 all over the country. That's the average. And in each place in Seeker, you get 75, you get 80. That's the,
So just let's see this, what
The
you have
country
completed
average.
over here.
please,
It's
the
so-
reference value is the country average.
वो डाउनलोड करके पहले उसको will magnify मेरे को दिखने में
Not-
नहीं दिखता।
Lord, what I humbly submit is,
A paper copy of that page.
Words only.
yes, my lord, it's there. My lord.
Less than 10.
15 दे दिया. Give 3. This is my lord 100, 500 and above. This is not with regard to.
Correct नहीं.
All
It's about this percentage. Good, Mr. Hegde, above what?
6 people per 1,000. That's 0.6% is on an average. That's the national. That should be the reference value. Now, if your lordship takes the first one in Rajasthan, or see the Vidya Bharati Public School, let us see how many of them have gotten. So above 550, which gets you a state, there are 241 students who have got above 550
Out of 1,000.
out of 1,000 students. 1 in 4 students.
Lord, this is alluding towards systemic failure. And all these people are not from Sikar. They have come from all over the country. They are not people who have taken coaching from Sikar.
How do you
Because
say
of this systemic
that? How do you
failure.
say that they have not taken coaching from?
I do
Don't
not
make such-
I do not know,
I mean,
because if I
then you
compare
should
it,
not know, don't make statements.
hold on please. If I compare it with Kota is the coaching
Kota
hub.
and Sikar are education
And
hubs.
yes,
People from
now
students from
and
all
the
over
number
the
of
country
students appeared
stay
in
there. There are
Kota.
hostels,
Where
PG
is the-
accommodations.
where is the-
It's a coaching cluster. So don't say that they are not. They are not.
Belgavi, Milord, in Karnataka is not a coaching hub where a girl goes from Anjali Patel, goes from Gujarat to Belgavi. She fails, she appears in 12th class standard in Gujarat because she's from Gujarat. She failed, but she went all the way to Belgavi, got 705 marks. And Milord, what I'm told is the CBSE syllabus of 12th is completely in align with the syllabus of NEET examination. So it's not possible somebody getting 31 in botany out of 100 and getting 700.
Have you shown data from that center in Belgavi where she appeared? Were the people getting high marks unusually large at that center?
Lord, there are.
You must show us.
Lord, I will. If I will show all these tables in seriatim, Lord, I will show that. So, Lord, this table at 101 indicates there is a heavy tilt for seeker because there is a systemic malaise which has worked in favor of the students appearing in these centers in seeker. And we cannot separate the tainted from the untainted. And all these private people, the person who is doing videography, I give just one example here. Their emphasis is that we videograph everything at all these centers. Though they are private people, in Savai Madhopur, may I have Milord's attention just for a moment? Their emphasis is that though all these are private people, all the city coordinators, invigilators, but our CCTV monitoring is so robust that we catch them. In case of Savai Madhopur, Milord, it is their own case that a wrong question paper was distributed in a different language. And the question paper started at 2 p.m. They got to know, this is on record, and they reply on record to say that we got to know that wrong question paper has been given in Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan at 4:30 from the social media. They are on affidavit to say this. If
How do you establish? We made this point about Sikar, etc. How do you establish that the paper leak, according to you, has spread all over the country? What is the material for you to indicate?
On that, my lord, I'm on a second point now. So far as paper leak is concerned,
part of this case is the paper leak, right?
Not only that, my lord. My very predominant argument besides paper leak is their systems are so fragile, which are being consistently compromised because everybody is private. They are issuing just checks in the name of some videographer sitting in Delhi, some coordinator in the city who are the owners of the private school and the principals. They have absolutely no check.
Tell us one thing. We'll ask you something frankly. Are you challenging the result of this NEET, or are you appealing for people who don't want the NEET at all?
No, my lord. What I'm pointing out that this NTA, the way it is holding this examination can't be sustained for the reason that there is absolutely no system in place. Lord, as I was pointing out, just allow me a moment on here.
It would be also far-fetched to say that there is.
Lord, let me show you. Lord,
we have loopholes, we will address them.
But Lord, the loopholes are being exploited on the face of it. The data is being shown.
Oh, you have to show us that there is a systemic destruction of the sanctity of the exceeded on Patna. You have shown us some goes to Belgavi and gets. Where have you demonstrated before us a
systemic failure? Lord, what is this systemic failure and what is the malaise in this system which they have adopted for this examination? If I count them quickly, one is the time gap after the OMR sheets are taken and the time being deposited. It is in the private hands where there is no time fixed for sealing it and in whose presence these OMR sheets are being sealed. I'm alluding toward a systemic failure that, my lord, here in Sikar, Mahendragarh, wherever this concentration is happening, the OMR sheets are being consistently tampered with after the exam is over. My lord, as is being suggested by the government of India that the question paper could be sold in 1 hour and in another hour the students could do it. In the same manner, after taking the OMR sheet at 5:20, the entire staff in the college, which is a private school and all private invigilators, they have the question paper with them. And they have 2-3 hours with them. What prevents them from filling up the OMR sheets and then depositing it with the city center? So it is this loophole which is being exploited here in Sikar and all these centers, which are a shining star in the entire sky. Belgavi, Lord, why a girl who failed in Gujarat goes all the way to Belgavi? Lord, the reason is this, not only paper leak. Lord, I'm on a next point.
Now tell us that girl who went to Belgavi, all right, we'll take it as a prima facie suspicious case.
Yes, sir.
The center where she appeared from,
yes,
what is the performance of that center?
Yes, Lord, I have that.
6% success ratio and 7% success ratio. And Belgaum, 2% success ratio.
About 8 people are, Lord, Belgavi is not a coaching center. Lord, the one reason, Lord, the third thing I want to allude to.
Centers in Sikar? How many centers in Sikar?
Sikar is 49 centers.
How many students in Sikar?
Yes. The total number of, yes, Lord, we have the data. 27,260. 27,000. This is, just allow me, Lord. Total number is 27,216.
Students.
That's right, Lord. 49 centers. Lord, it is at page 10.
27,216 students from Sikar.
That's right.
How many students, what is the cutoff to be in the first 1,08,000?
About 580.
If your lordships can give me only 5 minutes to show my charts, that might answer most of your lordships' questions. Rather than going all around.
I'm on a complete, just allow me to complete.
All right, 27,216 students. Just tell us.
8,000 of them have got above 500.
How many?
8,225 have got above 500.
Yes, this is the data at page 103. This data is there at page 103. May kindly just see this.
Now tell us, Mr. Solicitor, what would be the cutoff for broadly for the 1,08,000, the last student to be in the zone of admission to a medical college?
Yes.
What would be the cutoff?
Varies from state
the
to state.
cutoff is not different.
Varies from state to state. But
No, no.
if you've got above around 600, you're reasonably safe that you will get
No,
something.
no, my learned friend is.
It will vary from state to state because state domicile comes in.
I'll just, I have put that figure also. If you are having marked 600, you will stand at 81,000 in first 81,000. I have given Malot each wise 60, 600, 605, etc., etc. I'll show Malot. So a person getting 600 will, in all probability, will not get in at least government medical college, for the simple reason that though we are counting 50%, total seats are 1,08,000. 50% would be Malot one half, but from that 50%, 50% will go for SC, ST, OBC and EWS reservation. So merit candidates seats would be available would be 25,000. I have given, we have done the analysis from various angles to show what is the impact, if at all, at the national level, city level and the center level.
That Sikar have the largest concentration of students. Sikar has 49 centers.
Yes. Sikar center-wise also we have done.
And
quota. Let me compare it with quota.
District in the country which has more centers than Sikar, which is in the country-wise.
I'll not do that.
Can you tell us which is the district which has the largest number of centers?
Quota. I'm just giving quota as comparing because
we have
quota
analyzed
is
this.
coaching hub.
Only a minute. What we have analyzed is city-wise, including Sikar, quota, and other things which are being discussed. We have examined how many students appeared in 2022 and what was the success rate. Similar exercise for 23 and similar exercise for 24. In fact, 24 for Sikar, the success rate has gone down. I'll be able to show that one. We have compared it with 22, 23, 24. It is around 19%.
But if they can
the success rate is 19%.
And I completed it. But what I'm alluding to is there is a systemic failure in the manner the NEET is examined. One, I said the no address verification. That is why student can go from.
There are two ways of looking at this problem. You all came here because of paper leak. There's no escape from the fact that, yes, there has been a
paper leak.
Is it your argument that this systemic failure which you are talking about now led to paper leak?
No.
So therefore, today we are trying to understand, we are trying to look into to what extent this leak precipitated in the entire country. If it is a case of systemic failure, that stands on a different footing.
Yes.
Because these are two different things. It is because of this paper leak, you are now able to demonstrate before us various irregularities, illegalities. Maybe, you may be right. But at this point of time, digressing from the issue of paper leak, to what extent can we now go into the question of systemic failure? Because we are trying to examine whether this leak led to that girl securing 705 marks at Belaguri despite failing in 12th standard. Let us address the issue in this manner, whether these candidates at Sikar who have performed exceedingly well, is it because of that paper leak?
Lord, I bow down.
There are
I quite understand.
compartments.
These are two compartments.
There are two compartments.
So far as
One
paper leak is
talks
concerned.
about paper leak and to what extent the students took advantage of that leak.
Let me answer your Lordship's question.
Please take your seat, Mr. Nedumbara. These are bad manners, bad manners. I am not very sophisticated like my Lord, the Chief Justice. You may feel bad. Please. 3 times I have said, please, quiet. We have 2 minutes to go. We are making Mr. Huda understand what is going on in our mind so that he can respond after recess. Therefore, you come to your note.
Please.
You come to your note, paragraph 8.
Yes, my lord. They know,
That's the heart. That's the heart of your case.
Where you say that
Just
there's a
read
leak
Just
has gone to other states. Where is there to, what is there any contemporary evidence to indicate that the leak went to
Lord,
other states?
Lord, the only thing on that I can say on paper leak is, Lord, so far as direct evidence of this crime is concerned, that is the file is before this honorable court, matter is being investigated. As petitioners who are not privy to the investigation, either by the Bihar police or now by the CBI, all we can rely on is a circumstantial evidence. In the circumstantial evidence,
Therefore, falling back on an alternative hypothesis that because of the systemic flaws in the process, therefore the credibility of the examination must have been breached in other
I'm
states.
so grateful.
That's your case.
So
That's
your
my
case.
case. On that,
So
Lord, I have
therefore
just
saying
4 or
that
5
we have
things to
no
highlight.
evidence. We do not have evidence to show that there was a leak in other states. But because of these flaws in the examination process, therefore it's likely that the
This
sanctity of
inflation.
examination, and you have pointed out three aspects: time gap between the conclusion of the examination and the sealing of the OMR sheets, and absence of an SOP. Two, staff at the college may well tamper with the OMR sheets without depositing them. Three, there is no address verification of the center chosen by the student. These are the three aspects.
That's right. Now, Lord, and
Anything else now? What remains?
because of
We'll have to call upon the others now.
yes, I'm so grateful. And Lord, it is because of this that there is an evidence, and they maybe put to the question this, that how people from Gujarat going to Bellary, how people from Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra coming to Godhra, and how people from Bihar, if this investigation is carried out, my lord, would find people from Bihar have gone to Muktsar, Punjab. If these addresses are checked, that will show
But
that
then
there are.
this girl, instead of going to Belaguri, could have given to any of these sensitive.
She could have chosen, Lord. Probably this is a connection. She got a connection.
Why did she have
I
to
asked you that center at Belgavi, does it have any, does it show any untoward result?
Lord, it is there. Lord, this Belgavi, this is 8 R plus 700 and 71 R plus 650. I have not the chart. I will give it up post lunch.
Also, Mr. Huda, in many professional examinations, I don't want to name them, otherwise this will become another national story tomorrow. That, in many professional examinations, students do choose centers in a particular zone or whatever, because there is a perception that the marking on the curve is a little more lenient or a little more strict in certain centers. And you not mention those examinations. That may be, that may not be strong evidence to cancel the whole examination per se.
Well, Lord, this one.
These systemic flaws which you have pointed out, we'll put to the solicitor, because these obviously have to be tightened up. Because they have to be tightened up. But as of now, I don't think you have indicated to us, and we'll give you now 5 minutes and we'll conclude your argument after lunch. So we'll hear the others and then wrap up.
5 minutes after lunch.
After lunch, 5 minutes. So that you can conclude, now summarize what you have argued in 5 minutes, and then we will go on to the next person.
Your Lordship will give me a little time. A little time, not much.
Sorry?
Your Lordships will give me a little time, not much.
And about marks and sustaining of the answers.
There are several things
Anybody who now wants to follow will have to give something over and above what has been argued.
Please.
Huda has taken up the entire record now.
But after lunch, your lordship give me 10-15 minutes, then I'll relieve me, my lord. I wanted to say something which is something which they haven't said.
We'll come back after.
Your lordships, may I please mention items 12 and 35?
Come back after. an expert opinion should be sought from IIT Delhi. Stop. We request the director of IIT Delhi to constitute.
Any senior professor of the subject, Manoj. I think it's physics paper.
Physics.
Physics, sir.
Also interrelations to
Director at IIT Delhi to constitute a team of, let there be a team of 3 experts. Because
I have,
a team of 3 experts who would be in a position, who may, of the subject concerned, to stop. The expert team constituted by the director is requested to formulate its opinion on the correct option for the above question and to remit its opinion to the registrar, to the Secretary General of this court, preferably by 12 noon on
23rd.
The Registrar General is requested to communicate a copy of this order to the Director IIT Delhi so that expeditious action
Today itself.
so that expeditious action can be taken. Expeditious steps for the preparation of the opinion and be taken as stated above.
Also add that this was without prejudice to the conventions of the other side. Otherwise, it will be deemed to be in.
But we need not tell IIT Delhi that it is without prejudice.
In the order, man. In the order.
Look, let's not confuse the academic experts by all these linguistic excursions without prejudice. This is an understanding. We have told Mr. Huda that for us it's without prejudice.
Shall we place
If we decide a retest for the entire nation, then this. But instead of deciding that first, then making a reference, we do it simultaneously.
Shall we place our report before them if they need any?
No, that's why we have not even said, what happened, etc. Because then they'll get confused on what exactly. Let them give us that one correct answer.
Minutes, can I mention minutes? All right, minutes, we have filed 6 intervention application in 369 petition number. That may be allowed and we may be permitted to file a short submission.
Yes.
Grateful.
Grateful, my lord.